Uh, camera? Camera. Hey! Hello, chat. Hello? Are you there? Can you hear me? Are you ready to go to Fontaine again? Great. I'm so glad to hear that. Yes, we'll leave very soon. Swimming and running and hitting things that don't look like they should be hit. And to overall tomfoolery. Okay, great. Boo! Ugh. You can't? You're cutting off? Oh no! Well, I hung up already, so. Hello! Welcome, guys! Uh, welcome. It's day 2 of Fontaine. And before I say anything else, or before you get worried, yeah, the recession here really sucks. There will be some time before we continue the Archon quest. So for those of you who are avoiding spoilers, you have some time before then. We can hang out before the big spoilies start. Hi Cal, you're on time. Welcome. Get gifted a sub, Sayu. I got you. Have you guys finished the Archon quest yet? It's been what, like 24 hours since the patch has been out? Have any of you finished the quest yet? You did?
Dish gifted a tier 1 sub to Sayerism.
Are you happy with how things turned out?
You are fine.
32 years. Scoopity whoop poop scoop whoopity scoop scoop
Scoop-diddy
scoop
whoop.
and Dish froggy.
I'm on Act 2. It's 4 hours. Am I on? I don't even know where I'm at. I think I'm... Did I finish Act 1? I don't even know. 34 years. Wow. Ethan, thank you for the 32 years. Oh, that's wonderful. You skip some? I don't know, honestly. You didn't? Dang, I feel like I was playing the Archon quest for like 3.5 hours. Well, not to complain, because I'm happy to be getting more quest. More quest. Quest. But yes, this will be a spoiler-free zone for at least an hour. We'll just be exploring. The first act is extremely long. In perfect Fontaine fashion. I explored a little bit off stream and I kept seeing stuff and I'm like, oh my gosh, wait, I can't wait to talk to my chat about this. So I logged off. I haven't even started watching streamer play at first. I'm very honored. I'm very honored. Guys, did you see the Eidolons? Did you see the Eidolons? They look slightly different, but they're enemies. I like ran to unlock the talent book leyline, and the freaking Eidolons popped up. I was so sad. Look at this. Ugh, I'd really like to start doing artifacts farming and stuff in Fontaine. But I got a ways. I have so much to unlock. I haven't seen them yet. They lived long enough to be a villain. Do we know what happened to them? Like, why? I thought that was Diona for a second. Now, what's that about? Oh. Did I steal something from him? A tunnel. Wow. I'm like stealing something. Do you know what that is? A current. Oh. Oh. Gosh, the water movement is so good. Like the switch when you switch locations is amazing. All right, maybe I should look at the exploration knowledge. Oh my gosh, I swear I cleared this out right before I logged off. Look at all that. High pressure water vent that can spray out objects, underwater currents, and move characters or certain objects. When you have armored crab shield from an armored crab, you can resist the current propulsion. Oh no, maybe I didn't. Oh, this is all from ley lines. Okay, well, I'll take my 9 Primo Gems. 13. Uh... Supposed to hit it? I don't know. The crab is a counterattack for destroying rocks. Oh, rocks, you say? Oh. Not this one, though. Permaban, bye-bye, loser. You're not quirky, you're not funny. You're just lame. And Twitter spoiled it for me already, so... What do you do? What is your purpose? What is its purpose? You have to block the current and get the orb in the ring. Oh. Block the current, okay. Wait, stop. Alright, go. Oh, I have no idea if I'm doing this right. It keeps pushing me out. I suck. I suck. I suck. I suck. I lack information. Push. Oh my gosh. Use the E skill on it and see if it goes opposite.
Swiping equals scam. Pulled another frigging kecking imdish cry imdish cry.
Sorry. I don't think I got enough information on what this means. Okay. Create a heavy armored shield capable of releasing shockwaves that can shatter stones. Hold it down. Holding it down will continuously expand the shield, and when you release a skill, this will release a shockwave in the direction that you are aiming. If you are attacking during this time, it will unleash an even stronger energy bolt. For sure. Okay. A mysterious sphere-shaped device that seems to be capable of detecting water pressure at certain depths based on variables of weight. It will activate when affected by high-pressure water currents and or other similar factors. The ring device will activate upon contact with the sphere due to mysterious reasons. Somehow Palpatine returned. Okay, alright. So I have something. Can I push this way? Go! No. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. What am I missing? Anyone have, a little help? A little help for my friend? For your friend? You have to get closer. You just want to block the current with your shield while it's sucking the orb back. Oh. Oh, I see. So it switches. Sneaky. Stop. Stop. Oh my gosh, please. Stop. Whoa. Okay. Gosh. Okay. Trial and error. Trial and error. Remarkable chest.
This is incredible. No, extraordinary.
Yep. A lumiere. Wow. Wait, I saw this on Twitter. Or I saw this on TikTok, I think. Why did I see people like leaping out of the water? I swear I saw that. Oh, you have to go deeper. Only works for Fontaine characters in the Traveler. Okay.
One more month. Yeah.
Oh! Is she a cow or is she a fish? Hmm? Hmm. A very warm place. Hot springs? Oh! I almost died to a hot spring yesterday before I logged off. Ooh, hydro crystal fly, so pretty in here.
Piece of cake.
Okay, I think these are condescence crystal. I think this might. Oh.
Oui baguette.
Oui baguette. I should start building a fontaine area in my teapot. Every time I get something new, I should just put it in there. We build it slowly over time. Oh shoot. Oh wait, you're hydro.
Scanning.
Coming through.
Wee.
Busted. Step on up.
Lynette, you're so good.
Okay, month 6 of no Genshin and no stream, but I think today's the day I start Genshin again. Genshin looks like fun again.
It
How have you
does.
been, Mistish?
I honestly, I understand. I understand why so many
This is
people
incredible.
disappeared.
No, extraordinary.
After like halfway through Sumeru, that seems like the most common story. But yeah. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoy at least exploring the new area or like the new quest. I think that the rocks is a new local well, obviously it's a local specialty, but I think it might be an ascension material. Bright, clear crystal core that is tough and malleable. Well, it's not next to core lapis, actually. Where is the lapis? It's down here. Or maybe it can just be turned into mystic enchantment ore. It says forging material. Oh yeah, forging ore. Dang it, when are we gonna get a new rock local specialty? I used to farm lapis every single day. Oh. Oh. Oh no, please. Oh, you're from the outside. Welcome, but I don't have any flowers to give you now. She is so cute. She has, look at her skin. She has little flowers. She's so girly pop. She's so girly pop. What on earth? I want her outfit. That's crazy. Flowers. There's no need to be so formal. Oh, in that case, let me just welcome you to a very, very enthusiastic Merusea village. Oh, this is where they all live. I'm very enthusiastic, so whatever you want to know, I'll tell you all about it. Nice. In that case, could you tell us a bit about Merusea village? Sure I can. The village is home to a lot of melazines. Well, you can't see them here, but you will if you keep going forward. Everyone here is a wonderful melazine, so if you're a good person, you'll definitely be most welcome here. I'm definitely getting R&R vibes from this conversation. Oh no! I have to tell my friends who work at the Marchie's Phantom. Hey, this was just joking. We haven't done anything worth of being in pursuit by the Phantom. Really? Really? Of course, really. Okay, I trust you. What should I say next? I forgot. Clever, thank you for the prime. I remember that the ending was, I hope you enjoy your stay here at our village. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Wait, can I bring you flowers actually? Because you are so cute. Picture. Picture. I feel like somehow this is like giving me the joy that like My Little Pony used to give me. Or like Webkins. Like, oh my gosh. So adorable. Like, I hope that they make plushies out of those little guys. Okay, I do really want to see the village. It's just like the picture. It's just like the pictures. Oh.
Hup.
Up. Oh.
I need to do my best today and help solve everyone's troubles.
She's on you.
My newest dish.
Me. This one's wearing a hat.
This is incredible. No, extraordinary.
Finally a day off.
Are they all girls? I haven't seen a single male yet. Are you a male? No, doesn't look like it. You look like you're from the outside village. Excuse me, but would you accept my request for an interview? Yes. A journalist. Looks like I give people the same impression as the real one. It's Barbie Land. It's Barbie Land, Girl Village. That said, I'm not a real journalist. I'm studying hard to become one though. Just like the ones who write for the Steambird. Oh, so there's a Melazine newspaper nowadays? I'm working on one of my own. I recorded the things that happened every day. Working every... What? Oh, yeah, dyslexia moment. I'm working on one of my own. I record the things that happen every day into it, and I make some drawings for it too. Wait a moment. I'm the one conducting the interview, so are you the one asking questions? Well, whatever, as long as the content's newsworthy. Outlander visitor reports business for Merusea. Outlander visitor reports business to Merusea chief reporter. Guest interested in the future of Melazine news industry. That's our title. That reminds me of the little newspapers that me and my sister used to write, where we would talk about the events of the day that happened in the house. For example, I remember one time my mom was on like a diet of some kind for her health, and one of the stipulations is that she wasn't supposed to eat cheese. And one of us, while she was making us like cheese sandwiches, one of us saw her like take a bite of cheese. So the headline of the newspaper was with pictures, "Mom ate the cheese." And we put it up on the fridge when it was done. It's basically like a mixture of journaling and journalism. I love this place. She ate the cheese. Mom ate the cheese. Oh, guard dog. Painting. Can I swim in here? Yes. She's got... Now you airing her business. It was so long ago. Echoing conch. Activate the echoing conch. Oh. Oh, wait. Where did it... Hello? Oh my gosh. Get out of here. Is there only normal attack? Normal in charge attack? In underwater exploration? Is this the only way to attack things? The giant horse conch weighs over 11 pounds. Okay, so there's like a conch right here. And there's this right here. Oh, and this. Oh, there's something over here. You can unlock other skills. Oh, I see it. Oh, like stingray abilities. Oh. Okay, now it's all coming together. So you get abilities from the like friendly sea creatures. That is very cool. That's a nice way to make it interesting without overcomplicating it and making it like unenjoyable. Wait, what are these? Maybe they just stay there. Thank you for your powers, Stingray. You can seal, crab, and stingrays. They crush it with fontaine. I'm so happy. Yes, I feel the same. I'm so happy. Squirrel Village. Ah! Oh. Hey, what are you doing under the waterfall? Are you gonna take a bath or something? If that's the case, we won't disturb you. What bath? I'm pondering some profound questions. If I must say, I suppose I'm meditating. If you hadn't come thundering along and interrupting our train of thought, perhaps I already would have come up with the answers. We're really sorry. Let's see. A human most strange and a rainbow balloon. You two must be from the outside village. Right. Paimon's Paimon and she's dish. Wait a sec. Though you're right to say that we're not from here, what do you mean rainbow balloon? Oh, right. You might not see it that way. I almost forgot about that again. Let me think. What does Paimon look like to you? She looks like emergency food. I'll be here all night. Wait, don't people use Spectre as an insult? We do! We do. Interesting, but to my eyes, Paimon is just a little rainbow balloon floating in the air, and her string seems to extend upward to somewhere above the sky itself? Her string. Wait, hold on. Okay. So these little creatures, they can see more than... They can see something we can't see. Whoa, what do you mean by that? Obviously, we know there's some kind of Celestia connection. But... Puppet on a string? What the... Seriously? Yes. And just what does Dish look like in your eyes, Paimon? Paimon's golden-haired traveling companion. Don't tell Paimon you see something else. You know, please tell me what you see. What I see... If I really must say, then I see a monster that looks like it could swallow the whole world in one bite. That's way too scary. Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Perhaps you've heard that we Melusines can see things that humans cannot see, but for some reason I see things differently, even when compared to other Melusines. I can always find things that have been hidden. I have read that the nature of things is hidden beneath them, and thus nature decides their future. Not that I know what any of that means. If that's the case, how did you know that we're outsiders? Well, though what we see is different, we can still find ideas that we have in common. Just like how you can tell a flower is still a flower no matter how strange the color, right? As long as we spend enough time with everyone, I can grasp the concepts that everyone's talking about, and then pretend to fit in. Oh, wow, so her vision is like actually different. A monster! So she looks at the traveler and sees a monster that's gonna swallow up the whole world. Which could also just be seen as like destroying the world for her own purpose. And she sees Paimon having a connection to something beyond the sky, which assumably means Celestia or the Abyss or something else. That's... wow. It's not something that we didn't suspect, but it's very interesting to see it come from this place. Would that be the end of the game? Maybe. Oh, so she's autistic. Well, if you're autistic and you see yourself in her, then that's a good thing, I think. Wow, that's so interesting. I wonder if the answer is different if you're ether. Oh, someone please find out. Wow. As I thought, it seems like I still have a lot to learn. That's a whole bunch of stuff that Paimon didn't really get. On that note, we've been talking for ages, but we don't even know your name. What is a name but an artificial code that confers false uniformity on different perceptions? Still, everyone calls me Canotilla, and you may do so as well. Wow, you talk in such a roundabout way, just like a scholar. Roundabout? Is that how you see it? I don't usually talk with humans from the outside, so I don't quite understand your methods of communication. I am merely making deductions and inferences based on what I have read in books. You keep talking about what you've read in books. Do Melusines read too? It must be really inconvenient for you to turn the pages, right? I wasn't expecting there to be books here. But maybe they didn't use their hands, but the feelers on their heads. Wait, that's not the point. Still, Paimon wasn't expecting there to be a book hidden here. Yes, an amazing scholar left them behind, all inside a secret base. All of what I just said I learned from those books. There's even a book that I couldn't understand. Meditation has allowed me to comprehend it, even so little of it. But lately, I've been making no progress no matter how I rack my brain. That's why I came here to meditate and try to find a way forward. A book that can't be understood. Aren't arcane secrets never meant to be known by anyone, usually encrypted in a book like that? Speaking of secrets, that usually means treasure. Now, if you're interested, why don't I take you there to have a look? That book is important to me, but I must find a way to understand it. You might appear to be knowledgeable, well-informed outsiders. Perhaps you'll be able to understand that book quite easily. Certainly solve the puzzle or two. That's right. We're like super professional at this. Come on, Canotilla, show us the way. I am very intrigued. I am very intrigued. I have to at least take a peek. He's a melee catalyst? Shrek? Oh. That's weird. Why did that get Donawald?
You are fine, child.
Alu dish. Hi chat. 2 years of having the privilege to be a part of this wonderful community and chat. I love the vibes and am so happy to join everyone here to see best streamer giving us comfy vibes and content. Makes all my rough days more bearable.
Oh, Viper, thank you for the 24 months and for being here. So many anniversaries. Minty, thank you for the 15. Ozzy, thank you for the 7. Alinor, thank you for the 7 months. Ventinix, thank you for the Prime. Salty, thank you for the 6 months. Kuzza, thank you for the 3. Javanon, thank you for the tier 1. Wow. I must confess something. A few weeks ago, I made an unfunny joke about how the Rune Guards in Sumeru being wet and hairy. Then I got put on a video and I got so embarrassed because I was trying to be funny and it was not funny. And now I look dumb. Oh no. I guess you didn't see the waiver when you joined chat. When you type your first message, you're subject to being in leftovers at any given time. But we don't or in leftovers or in a clip channel. But don't worry, no one remembers, and it's kind of funny even if it was like a joke, an unfunny joke. Don't worry, we all have our dumb moments. And blame Ethan, because he did it. So I'm gonna get a cease and desist. I didn't think she would read it. I might read anything. I could read anything. Maybe this conversation will end up on Dish Clips. Careful what you say around Ethan, guys. Yeah, Ethan can and will use anything you say against you. YouTube progress was here. Awesome. Continue my art journey. Now my sculpts have made so much progress. Oh, that's great to hear, Tom. I've been drawing a lot too. In fact, I drew something today or yesterday that might end up on some merch. And then it's just a no from Ethan. I was in leftovers for killing crocodiles. How many of you have been personally victimized by leftovers?
Can't wait to see the Archon quest. I always watch you do it first before I do it myself.
Me, I have. Oh, Sonny, thank you for the 2 years. Wow. So many tier resubs. Can't wait to see the Archon quest. I always watch you first. Yeah, I'll start it in like probably like 45 minutes. Yeah. I've been in it so many times. But at least I benefit from it. I was in leftovers for a good thing. Congratulations. What was your leftover moment? How do you feel about the new Fontaine version of the Aranyaka quest? Please no. Please say it ain't so. I think I started it, but I ran away. I fled before it was too late. You have some question, how many frogs were on Miss Dish's 60 AR cake? AR 60 cake? Oh, that's a good question. I'm a bit weird. I watch you, I do the quest, and I have to make sure we're in sync that the dialogue is together. It sounds like it's so much work. 3 but 1 fell off. And how many frogs were killed in the process of making Dish's AR 60 cake? The purpose behind leftovers definitely worked at me. I felt a ton of FOMO not being in stream. Yes! That's the goal. If you feel slightly left over by leftovers, what? If you feel slightly left out from leftovers, then mission accomplished. We got one. We got one. It's so annoying if it echoes or if I get spoilers or I hear the same thing twice. So do you like mute your own game and listen only to stream audio? I was in the Kaya skin video. My comment wasn't even about Kaya. Well, leftovers, you know, it's supposed to feel like you missed something. You know, you missed the live stream, but you can catch it in post. That's why I finally joined, because I finished watching all the leftovers and I was like, excellent. 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 You've been bamboozled. Pond entrance. Kanto takes out something that looks like a key, tracing the air along some unseen trail. There's a soft chime and the shallow pool before you suddenly become You suddenly becomes unfathomably deep. Oh no. When you becomes deep. Deep talk. I can't explain it either, but while others can't see it, there are all sorts of fissures here. As long as I use my token to draw a line across those fissures, I can do incredible things. I really shouldn't be doing world quests. I should be exploring and unlocking stuff. But what can I say? That Paimon and Traveler lore kind of... It got me. It got me. I know all of the the lore YouTubers are sweating and squirming in their seat after hearing that. People who join are like, ugh, okay, fine. Yes. Good. 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 Alright, let me see the book. Go to the place where the book is hidden. I shouldn't, right? I should leave.
The Violet Viper 1 gifted a tier 1 sub to Storming Leo. This is
Aww.
their first gift sub in the channel.
Thank you for the gift sub to Leo. I am not immune to the blue question marks above NPC. Who is? You can sometimes find these mysterious red crystals within Elena's body. When stimulated with outside force, they will project energy in the corresponding direction, which can then resonate and eliminate stone-covered red crystals. Okay. What is that? Pause. 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 Friendship team, bye-bye. 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 Don't see me.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
It's not enough? When stimulated with outside force. Oh, wrong thing. You hit these first. Ah! Wow!
Easy money.
Easy money. Okay. Alright. No stalling. That looks like an angel from Evangelion.
Everyone hold hands.
Maybe it's all bark and no bite.
Gotcha. Here comes the catch.
Oh, wrong
Don't be
freaking.
scared.
Oh, it's okay. Ah! It's okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, the precious chest made me a little bit more scared, but
Wow. These are
that was not bad. That wasn't bad. Unfathomable depth. Rift core. Nice. Character and weapon essential material. Okay. I should... Oh. That looks like it breaks or opens. Or something. Maybe it's maybe it's an egg. But I am in fact gonna go back to the surface so I can unlock stuff. Okay. Okay. Good. Good with you. Is Yaya better than Kokomi for pure Nilu Bloom? No. I would still say Kokomi is like preferable. I just don't have Kokomi. So I build my team around Yaya. Let's go to this one, although it looks... Oh, I should start here actually. Underground map, right? Isn't this great? This is like game changing. Thank you. Thank you, developers. You know what? I need the mats.
I see everything. Positions. Yeah, yeah.
Quietly now. Busted.
I need the materials. It's okay. Up, up, up the hill we go. Stop to get the Sealy, of course. And the seed. Oh my gosh, Portland. I'm poor. What's the fastest way to level friendship besides Teapot? Daily commissions. Do your daily commissions with your characters that you're trying to build friendship with. And run domains if you can. Run domains, and if you're trying to focus on one particular character, try to run that character solo in co-op
Stay put.
with a team. No, he moved. Yeah, do co-op for domains and run that one character that you're trying to get like a name card for or something. That's the fastest way. What does friendship level do? It gives you name cards. That's really it.
Find anything you like?
Name cards and voice lines. It's for 100%ing. I need guidance. I'm at 37 pity and I got 40 wishes. Currently at C1 Yalen. Should I go for C2? My instinct is no. What? My instinct is no, because I would say Yelan is very strong at C0 even. So if you already have C1, I think you're getting a lot out of her kit. And I think it's more valuable for you to you're probably gonna want more characters in the future. What is that dank Celestia? It just looks like a bunch of clay. I think C1 is the place to stop. Yeah, I would agree. I think C1 is quite enough for Yelan. Yeah, but if I would say you're probably going to be happier if you save for upcoming characters. Do not buy your Celestia from Shein. It looks a little goofy this close up. Collect 12 hydroparticles. Okay, I will. Ow. Okay, girl. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. I keep forgetting that like that doesn't work really. Oh, excuse me. Can't really like attack your way through those things. Wait! I can do it!
Let me help.
It's mine, get out. Can I get on that? Yeah, I'm going to platform 9 3/4. Oh. Hey. Can I get up there with Scarmouche?
What shall we do?
What do you want from me?
Damn, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to
Gather!
clear you real quick. So sorry.
leaves, adorn my night!
That's not the weapon he's supposed to have.
The wind rises.
Oh. Yeah, okay. Nema block. Energy blocks can be naturally occurring or artificially created and are separated from Nema blocks or USA blocks. Your next normal charge attack will, upon hit, release energy stored. Oh, okay. I think I did something. Are we moving? No. Oh!
Unsolicited.
Okay, that's it. I'm going into my teapot and I'm starting a fontaine area. That is it. I can't resist. Cannot. Wait! I saw something. I want to go on that. Oh, I'm gonna add it in. Be cool if I could start observing my surroundings a little bit better. But Lord knows if that'll ever happen. Wow. Good morning, Fontaine. Wow. Good morning, world. Oh, the colors. Look at the clouds. Ah. I can't wait for Fossilor. For Farina to be playable. I'm ready. Wow. Good morning, everyone. Hello, everyone. How are you? Fine, thank you. Oh, I see something. Oh, just rocks. Such a refreshing morning. I know. It makes me want to... No, see, look! Look! The Eidolon! What happened to him? What have you become?
This is order.
Judgment upon you.
Wind Strider.
Oh no. Whoa! Hey, man.
Squall and Fury. You dare to gaze upon me?
Wow, sick ult. Wonder what my situation is. Yep. Yep.
That's far enough.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
True it is. Where are all my builds messed up? Drop of tainted water. Let me look at that. Drop of tainted water. Here? Newborn tainted hydro phantasm. A small drop of water obtained from a defeated tainted hydro phantasm. A life that the life force in it has yet to ebb away. Today, with the oceanids extirpated from Fontaine, strange elemental life forms are far from elegant have appeared in the waters. The life form that arose from the dispersed tainted hydro phantasm. It's trapped inside the bottle. The life contained within the water is formless, and formless life is born of water and gains water shape. Oh, it's
Where do
kind
you
of
want
sad.
to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
We're not going to Liyue right now, Zhongli. Beautiful. Okay, bye-bye, Vincenzo. Throwing a meteor at water is insane.
Good evening,
It was
Miss Dish.
effective, wasn't
I
it?
hope you're enjoying the exploration and quest.
I am.
Something really cool that I did today was go to the floating island in Liu and look over at Fontaine. It looks so cool and huge.
The Liyue floating island? That's the one, where? Here? Over here? I can't remember which one it is. The Jade Chamber? Maybe. Oh, Statue of the Seven. Oh! Oh my gosh. That is massive. And so high up, this kind of puts into perspective how high up Fontaine is. Wait, let me go up to here. I wonder if you can see it from... Wow. That's crazy. I mean, this... What's the prophecy? Is that the whole of Fontaine is going to be underwater? If the whole of Fontaine is going to be underwater, then so is Liyue and so is everything else. What about... I wonder if you can see it from Mondstadt. It's pretty far. Or from Dragonspine, I guess. All the way up on the... like the spindle thingy. The nail. But I don't have time for that today, so... I'm just gonna stay curious. Dang, that's really cool. I think you can see it from Dvalin's lair. That checks out. New song alert. What if Fontaine is sinking? Oh. Yeah, that sounds a lot more reasonable. They're too pretty, I can't just leave them there.
A walk would be.
Stabilize.
I'm just gonna bring in Zhongli because I feel like there's so much hydro here, I'm like not gonna need it. I need more hydro. Ugh. Yeah. Hoomst. Oh my gosh, why are you here?
Huh?
Haven't we all had enough?
With all my strength. Yeah. Yeah. Make yourselves at home.
Summoning circle.
Yeah. Hey. Huh. Yeah. You, Glay. You're up. Oh.
Quake!
Defeat the riftwood. Okay, no, it's fine.
Here. Yeah. 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 Huh. Don't be scared. Dance with the waves. Yeah. Yeah.
Rise!
Ready, go! Huh. Yeah. Hit. Oh.
I will have order. Solidify!
With all my strength. Everyone hold hands.
Stop.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah.
Don't touch that, whatever it is.
Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Committed to memory.
Even more.
Sharing my knowledge. Hey.
Music does slap, I agree.
You, Glay. Here. Everyone hold hands. Yeah.
Okay, maybe I do need the Elan.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stop.
I see everything. Yeah. With all my strength. Yeah. This might hurt a little.
This might hurt a little.
Committed to memory. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, you're the
This
last one,
is
right?
order. Stabilize.
Stay put. Everyone hold hands. Here. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, there's two!
This dance is for you.
Two!
Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. I see everything. Huh. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, maybe I do need
Everyone hold hands. Don't be
the
scared.
Elan.
Gather.
Yeah. Yeah. The Temple of Wisdom. Yeah. This might hurt a little. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
It's not enough blooms.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Not enough,
You,
we're not
Glay.
blooming
You're
enough.
up.
Interesting. Okay.
Let me
Well,
help you pack this up.
if you see one of those big summoning circles on the ground, you know what it is now. Yeah, I need bountiful cores.
Let's
oh
go
yeah,
get our
of course. Oh my gosh, I forgot. I forgot Miss Girl doesn't really work without the correct team comp. Da-na-na-na. No spoilers, please, including, like, you know, exploration spoilers. There are streamers that enjoy being told where things are so that they can make it into clips, but that is not me. Oh, I don't know. Actually, maybe I don't want to touch that one yet. But I don't want spoilers. You can say, hey, there's something over here. But even that, you know, just like, take it easy. Which Fontaine character have you been eyeing to pull? Oh my gosh. Well, first of all, I will be pulling Verena. I would also like to pull Nouvelette. I will also be going for Freminette and Chlorinde. Risley, maybe. It just depends. Oh, this is the boiling water where I almost died. Ah. Okay. Hey, Ashley. Crabs. Man, they were just enjoying their day. I don't wanna kill these creatures, man. They're nice. Oh, a shell. Oh. Okay, there's 3, which is super cool. Oh, there's one up there. Oh gosh. It's alright, I have 50k HP. It's fine. Did I miss one? What did I think? Why did I see 3? Okay, must be 3. Oh, I see it. Tracer. Oh gosh. Thought that would work.
Oh, is it?
Off you go. Okay, man, so many nice chests around here.
A chest full
Oh,
of valuables.
wait!
And a trove of potential clues.
Oh no, I got it. Oh. Ah. Okay. All right. No objections. Oh. See, these crabs, they like seem nice. They're not even fighting back. They're just running. Dude. I went on a journey. But it seemed like it unblocked an area though, which is cool. See, he's literally just hiding. This is messed up. They should at least fight back. Fight back! Ah. Oh. Is this Mordor?
All my strength. Yeah. Don't be scared.
Busted. Gotcha.
My bloom cores are messed up.
Yeah. Hit.
And my whole team is messed up.
Positions. Stay put. Huh. Huh.
No!
Take it easy. Quietly now.
You're standing in the water, you
Game's up.
idiot.
Fun's over.
You idiot. You idiot. Okay, please let me change teams. Ah! Welcome to Nadland. Secret area.
Time to broaden our...
Yeah. A hydro core? Need a hydro core condensed from hydrograna. For sure. I'll get right on that. Yes, boss.
Busted.
On it, boss. Oh,
Take it easy.
where am I?
Gotcha.
Here.
Oh.
Quietly now.
You're rustling behind me. But I don't see an Ahsoka. What do you have? Who's crinkling something? I swear, I'm like, I turn around, I hear crinkling, like someone has a like a piece of plastic, and then I turn around and it stops. Someone's up to something. Okay, okay. I see this. Which is that? Need hydro core. Oh. Okay, I got one. Remove. Is that like a heartbeat? Asher. Asher. But please stop eating plastic. He was digging in my trash. He loves
Take it
plastic
easy.
and it needs to stop. Oh. Oh, I see. I think. Ashley, don't eat that, please. Okay. Now, does that last? I'm not sure I fully understand this mechanic. One. I'm dying.
But the truth is still unknown.
I forgot that the water is like hot in here. Just casually like walking through boiled water. It's good. Okay, so did those stay? Did they? Oh, I see. Yeah, they do stay. Maybe. Rip Yelan, true. Good. Oh, Purple Peach, thank you for the 5 months, by the way. I think I missed that, or my brain just like glazed past it.
Take it easy.
I don't think I fully understand what I'm supposed to do here, but I will probably just put a pin in this. Oh,
Busted.
Grow, grow, grow!
I think I will put a pin in it and come back to it later, because I want to unlock more waypoints. You're almost there, though? Well, you see, I already teleported out, so like too late. Cooking Kirara, boiling honesty stuff. What? I would never. I would never do that. I found all the teleports and domains. I haven't found any domains yet. I should probably do that so I can farm. Even if it's just to like stock up on mats from the region. I won't kill you in front of your child. Ooh! Oh my gosh, they grow. They grow in the teapot. This must be... I bet this is gonna make that like one kind of useless area, useless one, useful. They were just saving it all for this.
Quietly now.
I see everything. Don't be scared. Here. Yeah.
You know what I haven't found yet is those cute little like houses, like the villas. Maybe I should try to get... What's this? Weapon Ascension. Okay, talents. Maybe talents is more important. So in that case, I need to start swimming from over here. Okay, let's do it. Asher, hey. Hey. Stop. He's freaking chewing stuff. I see you. He thinks I'm not looking, and then he goes. He thinks I can't see him. Silly. Okay, objective. Or maybe it would be easier to start from here. I haven't done the Archon quest at all. Yeah, I imagine a lot of people are waiting. Okay, we're navigating toward this area. TP. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow. Magic. Puzzles. Puzzles everywhere. Kunk. Eyes on the prize. Domain. Imagine we had to fight a domain underwater. You look like you'd fight me. Oh. Hello. Whoa. Wait, crystal flies underwater. I did not expect that. I guess they're Hydra after all. Talent. Alright. Let's do it. Hydro, Pyro, and Electro. Okay. Underwater, underwater. It is so beautiful. Yes! Okay, Shipwreck! Love! Love! Wow. But you still kind of feel like you're underwater. Which is, kind of special, if you ask me.
Busted. Gotcha. Here comes the catch.
And leap. Ha, ta. Time for a light show. Ha, ha.
Bloom. Accidental burn, bloom and burgeon.
Stabilize.
And step.
Quietly now.
Ding dong. Enjoy the water and lore. Alright, have a good game session. We're gonna start the Archon quest. I'll spend my resin here. I'll spend my condensed. And then we will begin. ¿Está bien? Wow. Minimum. Okay.
Game's up. Fun's over. Gotcha.
Solidify. Order guide you.
Your grand finale. The fuse is lit. Ha, ha. Ha, ha. Ha.
I will refrain from talking about spoilers until then. The lighting is incredible. Yeah. Yes. I think they've done such a great job of making it feel so vast. I've learned how to leap out of the water like a dolphin and I can't stop. It's pretty magical. Es muy bien. Está bien. Forgot about my commissions.
Gather.
But what's the point if I can't do them in Fontaine? Hmm?
Gotcha. Here comes the catch.
Observe. Time for a light show.
Virgin.
Ha.
Virgin. Origin. Oh!
This is
Stop.
order.
Stop your spinning.
Observe. Busted.
Fire hazard.
Forgot about how you and Mia can die with this team. Only certain characters? Yes, it's just with Fontaine characters and the Traveler. Coco can, right? Sag. Ooh. I feel like they should have made an exception for Coco. Criminal. She is the fish girl.
Solidify.
Game's up. Fun's over. Quietly now.
Break a leg. The fuse is lit.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Hello? Kill them all in one rotation though. Pretty poke of her. Only the Fontaine and the Traveler. The Fontaine characters and the Traveler can can shoot out of the water like a mermaid. Fortunately, that is not an option for other characters. Any character that resonates with fish should embrace that part of being a fish in Fontaine. I have to agree with you. I think what you're saying is valid and fair.
Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
But, you know, life isn't fair sometimes.
Your grand finale. Time for a light show.
Ah, get out of the danger zone. Ah, stop.
Stabilize. Order guide you.
Physical damage, die. Coco and Beto should be allowed the dolphin jump. Beto, I can also see I see your reasoning. I feel like Nilu should be able to as well. You know, dancer, hydro. It only makes sense. Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da.
Gather.
Busted. Things are about to get dicey.
Observe. Strike is one. The fuse is lit. Uh-oh.
Ah.
Gotcha.
Okay, they hit like
Take it
kind of
easy.
hard.
Stabilize.
Stop.
This is order.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Fire hazard.
Go Coco. I mean, yummy. Imagine Frina leaping out of the water like a dolphin. I can somehow. Alright, that'll do it for me. Thank you. Any other waypoints nearby that I can unlock? Let's go to this one. You know, since we're here. Since we're in the area. Since we're in town. And then we will continue the quest. Oh, no. But I don't have any special abilities. Wait. I don't have any special abilities. I'm leaving. What? Oh! What? 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 Wait, what's this? What's this? I can't. Oh, no, no, no. I'm out. I'm out. I don't have any abilities, okay? Next time, next time. Next time we link up, I will fight you. Not today. The anxiety of seeing like not one but two boss bars appear when you're just minding your own business. What's this? Oh, it's lessons. Look. Teaching them. Are you kidding? I will not disturb that. Dancing lesson. The little details with Fontaine and with like pink. Where was it? The summer event. The little details were so good. Everything felt so live. Cute. Okay. This music, dude, stop. I will stop crying. There's so much to do and see. All right, gamers, are you ready? You whale, start crying. You whale. Oh no, please. I don't want that to be a soundbite. Shall we continue the Archon quest? This is your last warning if you'd like to leave before spoilers begin. Last thing that happened was... Last warning. Okay. The Linny and Lynette had their show, and the water tank fell and crushed the assistant in the box, and the girl's missing. And now we're about to start investigating as the attorney. Oh no, I can't see spoilers. Right, of course you can't. That was your last warning. We are beginning. Ace Attorney, which I have never played. Oh, by the way, I have a code for you guys. Okay, I lied. I have a code. I have a code that's gonna be first come, first serve. Because I only have one. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Good luck. It's for Primo Gems. Good luck. Already cleaned it. My sweet Hoyo rep sent it to me. Archon quest. Archon quest. Archon quest. Then. Did you get dinner? Early.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth, and those that come across Leo tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Okay, let's do it. Our conquest. I am an attorney. I am an attorney. You got it! Congratulations. Congratulations. So much for our conquest. Well, you see, one of them needed to be fed, so... Alright, okay. Case records can be opened quickly while navigating through a quest in investigation mode.
Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well beforehand.
Move it, people. This is a crime scene.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
It's her. It's her. It's her.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
She is beauty, she is grace.
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it.
Anime lines.
And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president.
Oh, she's so cute.
Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
Yes, boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
Yes, sir.
And I'm
Today?
Merus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Malus and the others are still used to my previous title.
Which was...
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand.
You want to investigate as well?
That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too. That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
Right.
Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her.
Well, when you put it like that.
All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well,
Dang it, maybe
say
I
it
do want
does.
her.
But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
No.
Well?
No.
And why would that be?
Doing so makes it easy for the truth to fall by the wayside. Something serious like a trial shouldn't be treated like entertainment.
See, Silver and Malus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I too think that the Traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Maloose. Anyway, I like your answer. You pass with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Why do we always get demoted to assistant? How many people have made us their assistants against our will? Vishal has done it to us. What's the big one? Yaimiko, Yanfei. We're friends with 4 gods. We're not your freaking assistant. Everyone.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Albedo.
Oh, well, I can be the assistant.
Hutao.
Sure. Or your companion if you
Hutao,
like.
Ito, Ningguang. Yeah.
I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
I think you're missing the point. Seems you've already agreed then.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. Huh. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
Okay.
Alrighty then.
Cool guy. Cool guy.
We'll be making some preparations first.
Mysterious guy.
Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Linny's tricks. Thanks!
He's cool, you don't get it. Wait, I could do it too. Don't mind that I'm wearing 2 glasses. It's irrelevant. Just extra protection from the lames. I can't see anything.
Speaking of that, I think magic shows would be very popular in Poisson.
I can see that. Maybe I should try to learn some magic. If I could make things disappear, cleaning my room would be a cinch.
You need not worry about such things, Demoiselle. That falls under my duties.
Oh.
These are very effective. Wow. Where's the hat? Unfortunately, I don't have any fedora type hats, so. Look for clues in the opera house. Quest area reached. Tristane.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the opera house at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
Where did the cool streamer go? What the heck? Paimon Spy? Oh! Nice. There you go.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case.
Yeah.
Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes, after the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
What about during the show?
I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
Why?
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time.
Bug.
I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave.
What about trapdoors? What about trapdoors?
We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info.
Teleport waypoints inside the boxes. Duly noted. Thank you, ma'am. I wish I had a fake mustache. What do stereotypical detective. Let's see what I have. I'm seeing fedora, sunglasses, trench coat. Or a bowler hat, which unfortunately I don't have that either. I do have a trench coat though. I think I could do a little transformation. I need a pipe. Okay. Hold on. Asher. Wait, we need the full impact. Full impact. I'm looking for a girl. Listen, I didn't have a bowler cap, okay? So I had to make improvisions. I can say that's fine. Going through. Investigating. Okay. I really can't see though. You feel immersed? Clues inside the opera house. Yeah, I think this is still Act 1.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
Issues with the number selector? What? You mean the numbers weren't actually random? I'm shocked. Who would have thought that? Frick. Ugh. Please, my disguise. Really? I can't be noticed. Will this be a long stream? If yes, I want to switch my device. I don't know, but it won't be as long as last night. Probably be like 4 hours, so not super long. Okay, there we go.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared.
But it wasn't random, was it?
We thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time.
What?
I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance.
So you're saying Linny knew?
In other words, Linny knew
about the
who would be
seat.
sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us too.
It's not looking good for you, Linny.
Let you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Thank you. Sorry for bothering you.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
All evidence is evidence. Oh wait. Who else?
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
So either Linny didn't realize it was a safety concern, or...
Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
Maybe he did it. Maybe he did it. I'm just looking at where the rope snapped.
Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material!
What if the guy he smashed is actually like the person who is stealing the girls?
Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
Seems to be flammable, like a type of flash cotton. Oh.
So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of
Interesting.
material in it, then that means... Wait, Paimon should write all this down. Let's take notes.
What an interesting development. I don't want to talk to anybody. This is where the magic box was struck. If Cal was inside the box at that moment, he might have dodged the falling water tank.
Go ahead, have a look
Power
around.
can write. Well,
In
she
the
can
end, we're
read,
both after
so...
the truth.
What is the context of my outfit? I'm a freaking detective, obviously. I just don't have a
What are
fedora.
you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
Could you tell us who she is?
Sure. It's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself.
Yeah, she
Apparently,
has.
she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show.
It's not looking good for Lenny, to be honest, or unless it's all elaborate setup.
The magic troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects. Simply put, she wasn't related to the magic troupe at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
Thanks for letting us know.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us. It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
Halsey. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. That's not Halsey. Alright, last one. We need info about the magic trick. We need my cigar. We need to find out why the number was rigged. What was the reason for that? That's Malsey? She sang it in the mall. Oh. You know, I think I've seen that. Oh yeah, I've seen it. I have seen this. Why does this feel so awkward? Where are you? I'm so sorry. Can't drink tonight. Where are you? Respectfully pass. I was never into the cursive singing. I've always hated it.
I see
Florence
that
and
you're
the Machine is about
investigating the
all I
area.
can handle.
Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, all right?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
Okay, you got timed out, but I'm gonna show it just because that's beautiful. And I'm grateful to have seen it. Very nice. Good work.
The thud?
Kenniskill here says,
you mean
hey
the
Dish,
sound that
did
happened during
something
the
happen
countdown?
with the online merch that was supposed to come out after Conquest? Are there any updates on that? I'd still like to get a poster or a shirt.
Yes, there's a couple updates. The first one is that I can't freaking lock in a photographer to take photos of the merch. And I really want to launch it with photos. And additionally, I've also been considering launching a couple other items, which I started working on today. Yeah, they're limited edition. No. It's coming, but a little slower than I anticipated.
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it.
Oh, you sending it again?
It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense.
The thud.
So, what do you make of it?
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lenny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. jumping atop the water tank or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
Then wouldn't the water tank have started to swing a bit in that case?
Oh, that's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
I suppose so, Asador.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
I don't know.
Time to check everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we?
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
No, you're not even trying to charm the police officer.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
It's not time for a light show, Monsieur Emiya. Someone died.
You've arrived. Who's this? Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower.
Hi, Jam.
Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and we'll be helping investigate this whole situation.
Avoiding spoilers, but I just got home. Welcome home.
And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
I don't know if I trust you, Linny.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
I don't know, man. Maybe you should hold to client-attorney privilege. But it's all gonna have to be used in court.
Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick.
Yes, there's a trapdoor, right?
But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here?
Let me have a look.
I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back door isn't the same. So there's a door behind it.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
There's another box inside this one.
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Down? Down where?
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
There's a passageway that links the 2 boxes together. That's what I said, a trapdoor.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel.
How did he manage to get a tunnel inside of the... I guess it was there all along.
See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
That's cool. Then what about your side of the trick?
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect.
Oh, I see.
My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Mezzanine space?
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who.
Oh, that's shocking, kind of.
And that's my favorite part of this
Wait.
trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
The magic was fake? Santa's not real? The tooth fairy's not real? It was you the whole time, Mom? Of course they were fake! Refreshing.
So that's how it all worked! Wow!
Life.
Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
No! At least Santa's still real. Yeah. At least Santa's still real. That's true. It's true. Moonchild, thank you for the 8 months. Sakura Ghosty, thank you for the Prime. Ed, thank you for the tier 1. Meaty, thank you for the 33 months. Sorry I'm so late on that. Chevelosus. They're fighting back here. Thank you for the Prime. Sunny, thank you for the 2 years. It's real. I saw him in the mall.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member.
Oh.
She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
That's
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
I don't know, you might.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
See, I don't even know if I trust you guys, so... Whatever, Molly. Whatever, Molly. This should be the controlling device of the trolley. Seems to be able to operate automatically. A ladder is required in order to return the magic box above.
Huh. What's this?
Looks like a
Evidence.
hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Lenny did not mention this earlier.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
A hook, like a grappling hook. So it indicates some kind of climbing. You don't know why there's a hook here. Might be a prop for a different trick. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right?
Oh.
Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Lenny didn't mention the guest having a wardrobe change.
Right.
Gosh, that's
And
scary.
do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them?
Right.
Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
All right, hand over your mustache. Leave your cigar at the door. That's kind of scary. Some like really creepy imagery. Broken pot.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Maybe it was for a trick.
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear? And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Mm-hmm.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
Yes. High precision is required to complete this magic show. Tracks are perfect for making the trolley stay on the designed course. That's true. There's outfits here. There's nothing missing. Props and costumes. Oh, a vent! The trolley's crucial. Yep.
What
Sus!
is this place?
Amogus. Looks like a vent.
It seems someone could fit through here.
It seems someone could fit through here. Someone might be able to fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
But there are no other ways in or out of here.
Other than those that go through the magic boxes, Linny and Lynette were in the 2 magic boxes.
Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that down.
I think we need to vent ourselves.
Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes. Let's head back up.
Seven TV emails are showing up. Oh
ascertained
no.
the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
That's true. Where are you? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. Where are you? Where are you? Sorry.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
It would seem so.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death
Where
are both quite inexplicable.
Are you?
No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
It does.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
Sorry.
That's
So
right.
sorry.
This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides. That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The
All right.
statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice.
Seems like an unhealthy system. Someone died? What? True.
To put it simply, it's
If
as if the
Paimon's not
Oratrice
taking it
has its own
seriously, I
will,
don't need to either.
and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice.
It's all content for them.
Not that this has ever happened anyway.
And it's content for me.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neverlet called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice.
Huh.
Happens
if they disagree.
The guards also asked me
Sorrows,
to convey that none of us
prayers.
will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
I'm ready to break out at any time. Anytime.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point.
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
No, it's not time to be picky.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too.
You could take me out tomorrow.
I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
I agree. I completely agree, girl. Tea and sweets? I already had my tea for the night, but I haven't had my sweets yet. I'm already thinking about my chocolate-covered gummy bears in the closet. And by that I mean pantry.
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all.
Paimon.
Just kidding. Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
We don't get to eat?
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Is there a kitchen?
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
What? Not that I'm down, because I love snacks.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
She bakes! Girl, I will try all of the desserts that you make. She's perfect.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Egg, sugar, and almonds. Is she gluten-free? Are we making almond flour?
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it.
Almond croissant?
Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snack soon enough.
I'm sad.
We are quite the interesting group.
Macaroons. Alright, I'll take it.
And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven. Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything.
Dang. She's that
I was
girl.
applauding.
I was applauding. I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks.
Yeah, girl.
Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout.
It is.
You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well,
Eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
I don't know. Don't underestimate me.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite, strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit.
Yeah! She is my girl. Floral black tea? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Someone died? Don't care. I'm eating macarons. She
No
gets
need
it.
for concern. I'm
She
merely
gets it.
doing as I should.
She gets it.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber.
Bob. It's wonderful to see you all here. What you got up to? Are you doing the Archon quest? Or are you grinding and farming and, you know, doing general sweat things? Welcome, everyone. We're deep in investigations right now. But I am taking a snack break with Navia. With macarons and tea. He made it 30 minutes into the Archon quest. Why am I not surprised? Fob, what is your character story quest tab look like? What's with the drip? Oh, I had a transformation. I googled the pictures. I googled pictures of stereotypical detectives, and the common themes were either like a trench coat or a plaid coat with sunglasses, blacked out sunglasses, and a...
You don't want to know. I talked about it today. I have to scroll 3 times to get to the bottom of my quest list.
My quest list actually looks just as bad with all the world quests I haven't done. But I do most of my character quests. Great choice! Yeah, I didn't have a bowler hat or a detective hat. I don't even know what it's called. Nor did I have a fedora, so I had to compromise and complete my disguise with a headscarf, which I've actually never worn and I've been wanting to wear. This is a nice little start. Well, hey everyone. Hopefully you guys have done the quest and won't have it spoiled for you. But we're still in Act 1. It looks cool. Do you like the part where I have my regular glasses underneath? Oh, you haven't seen the best part. When there's a big reveal, I can just go, no way! It's very serious. It's a very serious operation. We're cool. I'm kind of just cosplaying this NPC over here, to be honest. Holy moly. These are from HyperX. I actually don't know if they still sell these, but they're kind of dope. So these are blue light glasses, and then you can just for when you're outside. You know, this is perfect if you work on your PC, and then you want to take a sun break, so you put on the sunglasses part. I actually have no idea if they still sell these. Should find out. HyperX glasses. Hey, did you guys know? Oh no, they don't sell them anymore. Oh, that's such a bummer. Okay, but did you know that you can get 25% off? Excuse me, 20% off with code DISH at HyperX? I want to prove it, but dude, look. I'm carefully not doxing myself. Check it out. $7.99 off my favorite cloud earbuds, which I use every single day. Anyways, thanks HyperX. And close that tab because there's my address on it. Hopefully this has given you enough time to leave if you would not like quest spoilers. But we're going to continue now. Thank you, Fob, again for the raid. I appreciate it very much.
However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines.
I genuinely don't know. No, I don't know if they're guilty or not, bro. I can't. I feel like we're going to get twisted and turned a couple times.
The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly.
Good point.
Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
To make you think that it would be impossible. To make it think. To make us think that there's no way they would do it. Huh? So apart from the twins, we're left with two other people, the missing girl and the deceased.
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction.
Discarding of the clothes, the dress laying on the ground is the creepiest
the
part.
criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Please, this is very important to my disguise. Please stop falling off. Stop. Stop.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
There's no evidence that this third person even exists.
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or Cowell.
Or Halsey's the culprit.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
But she had no way of knowing how the magic trick worked. Well, maybe she's just smart.
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off.
It's true. That's true.
Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the magic troop's members.
Do I need, like, hairpins?
Having a good night less than 3.
Do I need bobby pins? Is that how I'm gonna get this to stay? So it's kind of, I'm not, I've worn it this long. I'm not taking it off now. She's saying cursive into crime. No, please. No, please. No, please. No. No. Don't you understand? This is crucial to my disguise. Okay, I got this. Wait a minute, that's not a detective. That's variety streamer Dish. We've been made. What about their immersion, bro? Please. Okay, maybe I have some bobby pins in my desk. She's wearing sweatpants underneath her trench coat. She's not a real detective. She played us like a fiddle. Alright, stay there, idiot. What the heck, Dish? One of us. Alright, now stay there. Wait, she has legs?
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
Stranger, what did you do to our streamer?
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
It's fine if you ate them. You ate them.
Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal.
I haven't seen anyone take a single bite.
Malus, set up the stove again if you would.
More?
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Oh, please, don't do that.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Aren't you tired? Baking is like one of the most exhausting, long-suffering hobbies, in my opinion. Maybe that's just because my first apartment, when I used to bake a lot, had an ancient stove that would literally like fill my apartment with hellfire. So when I would stream from the kitchen, when I used to do baking streams and cooking streams, I would be cooking, sweating, dying on the 3rd floor of our apartment. So all the heat rising with just a 70-year-old oven cooking the side of my face. I would cry if someone said they'd make more macarons for me. Yeah, I kind of feel awful.
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area.
Bye, girl.
Don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right.
This is scary.
Thanks for your help and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Okay. Neither of them had a motive.
All right, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare.
All right.
Take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
All right, well, we're gonna do some thinking off camera and go to the next day. Brian Oiley. What? Mafia Princess Navi is gone. Unfortunate. Participate in the trial? Oh gosh! If the Traveler doesn't have voice lines, I will riot. I will riot!
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing.
I do have some thoughts, but let's take things step by step.
Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to figure out if I have any sort of theory. My theory is kind of outlandish, and I can't really tell you why I feel the way I feel. But I feel like this was actually like a judgment passing. My guess is that the girl, maybe like someone in her family, was a victim of like the girl, the whoever it is that's like stealing the girls. And maybe she and Lenny worked together to cast judgment on the assistant. Don't guess. Why not? This is my outlandish guess. This is my outlandish guess, okay? Hello? My game just closed. Anyway. She... Hey, don't spoil it, nerd. Yes, and I think that maybe the assistant is involved somehow with the crime. It's just a theory, okay? But I don't think Linny is like actually up to no good, or they're being set up by the girl. But she was up to something earlier.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
True.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Let me cook. Even if I'm cooking up garbage, let me cook. You don't have to eat it.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
I don't know.
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Aren't there like people you think in the land of justice that there would be actual like paid attorneys who are good at this stuff, right? I don't know. I'm just shocked that Linny and Lynette were so eager to put us in this situation, like put their whole like life in our hands. Yanfei too expensive. They couldn't pay her travel fees, maybe.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed. Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed.
Wouldn't say that.
Was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Just you wait.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session.
Hi, Nouvelet.
Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linny explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
And so they escape.
Thank you, Mr. Linny. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
I guess. But they've carefully prepared, so it's not a very good defense.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
His eyes are so
case,
beautiful.
I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linny is clearly lying.
What? Liar! Liar! Objection! Do we get a pointing emote? Yes, I added one the other day. What's the one with the baguette that I added? Oh, objection. Wait, is that an emote as well? Alright, got it. I'll give you a bunch. There you go.
There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
Evidence, ma'am?
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Yeah.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, Nothing.
I see.
I love
But
this.
when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Oh no.
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
How could Lenny not know about that sound?
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Whoa!
Look at those
Scary.
scales. Could those mean...
They probably represent the Oratrice's stance on the trial.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
She kind of cooking them.
The House of the Hearth?
They're Fatui?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
Did you hear that? Did you read that? It said certain audience member. Seems like an odd word choice.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
Rational audience member.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it.
She's kind of cooking them. Irrelevant, but will sway the audience.
Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy.
Hold your horses, Farina. Surely I'm
Good thing
cooking.
I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Lenny, why didn't you hear it?
Hey, Lenny, why didn't you tell us this before?
Lenny and Lynette are Fatui.
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to
Interesting.
re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
There's no doubt about the magician's ability to con others. Given how Lenny has concealed his identity, this could all have been set up beforehand. Plus, Child is here in Fontaine along with the other house operatives. There must be some scheme at work here. I've been a victim of such schemes before. And now...
Please answer
Lenny?
my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
What the freak? Why would you lie? Why would you lie?
I knew it.
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
Girl, relax.
What should we do now?
Wait, so where was he?
Granted.
My client has withheld some key information. My defense cannot proceed.
In that case, what is your request?
I request a brief adjournment. There are things we must discuss.
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
Shut up, nerd.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Oh, these people suck.
Order!
Due
Order,
process?
I say. Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn.
Innocent
this
till
trial
proven
will
guilty.
reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
I love her. I love her. We meet with Lenny and Lynette backstage in the Opera House. Bro, what the freak? I feel like it's just
Well,
Lenny.
this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, she did.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends.
Huh.
That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
But how can we know this isn't all just another lie?
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point.
Okay, so why didn't you hear the thud?
You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still,
yeah, sure.
I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but...
Explain the other issue first. Where did you actually go while the trick was being performed?
Right. Let's hear your answer
not
first.
In this case.
And no lies now.
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Oh.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
And what did you find?
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Homicide? Homicide. Huh. Didn't say accident.
Why do we have to smash the seal if it looks so chill?
Smash the seal. Oh, that's a great question. I don't know. Yeah, he didn't say an accident. He said homicide. Okay. Thank you for the 19 months. Zora, thank you for the 14 months.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
But why do you want to understand how the Oratrice operates?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Can't say I don't trust the Fatui, or I trust the Fatui, but...
You decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
I believe in the facts. I will defend you from these charges. I believe the judgment will be dispensed as it should.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
Actually, we already have the key evidence we need.
Huh?
The adjournment's almost over. Let's get back. Okay.
Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Yeah. Down with the sinking ship. I mean, we're not getting paid, and if our client doesn't make it, then if they lose, the two of them, it's kind of no skin off our back, right? Respectfully. I forgot I wanted to do my fontaine room. Ugh, fine. Didn't want to do it anyways. The nail-biting trial reconvenes.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
Ugh, that took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention, at this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Based on the opposition's account of events, you can identify loopholes in their statement. Okay. Use evidence and clues obtained during the investigation to refute erroneous assertions of fact and replace them with new inferences. Use your refutations to convince the audience and obtain more supply from the people. The oratrice will display such shifts clearly. When you find and refute all incorrect content, you can complete the cycle of refutation and reveal the truth. Cool, okay.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud
Can you see
thud.
the picture? Scary.
He did not realize that the sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linney red-handed. So Linney proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linney passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident.
It's a fair line of thinking. It's just the worst possible. Worst possible.
And there you have it. That's the truth.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
Yeah.
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linney experienced and what he saw.
She speaks! Okay, my turn. Yes.
According to Linney, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
Right. Stuffing her in the vent, that's...
Linney went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Right, okay. This existing evidence indicates that when Linney returned to the tunnel, the crime had already taken place.
Linney did not take part in the underground altercation.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Linney did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. reached that area, he heard a voice in what
Objection.
should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time.
Yeah.
Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
All right, Paimon. She kind of cooked. Hey, let's go. Rebalancing the scales. Excellent. Excellent.
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that! Wasn't it awesome?
Yes,
In other
girl.
words,
It was.
You believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's
Yes,
right!
ma'am. Moreover, I believe my opposition's reasoning is flawed.
My reasoning?
The onstage equipment was clearly tampered with in a premeditated fashion. However, you say that Cal bumped into Linny by chance.
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
Oh.
That's right, you tell him!
Objection!
And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around.
Thanks, T-Swift Swizzle.
Well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims?
Do you happen to remember how you initially refuted Linny's alibi?
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
Your claim has now become my weapon. Your claim has also become a critical clue. Choose the most reasonable?
That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime
think I
happened,
picked the right
Linny
one.
had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
I don't know, girl. That's what we're trying to figure out. The murder was... Select the gear icons in the interface to check the corresponding case questions. Select answers and fill all the empty gears to verify the correctness of your deduction. If you've made a mistake, you must make another selection from the remaining options. Once you've answered all the questions logically, you can complete the logic chain. Why won't she speak? Indicates that the fireworks released near the end of the show ignited and burned through the ropes, suspending the water tank above the stage. This caused the water tank to fall and kill Cal inside the box. If Linny is no longer under suspicion, the only member of the troupe would have been able to tamper with the props. Linny gives a detailed account of how the trick was supposed to work by using the box inside the box. The idea was for the box containing the audience member to be transported across via the tunnel underneath, and Linny himself would use this tunnel to get to the other side. Having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant would be in charge of the onstage interaction. What evidence is there that the selected audience member was involved in the incident? The clothes belonged to Halsey, the lady who went missing, were found in the tunnel. This reason remains unknown. Who was the only other person who could have possibly committed the crime?
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. he would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
To off himself? I doubt it.
Halsey is the missing person and an
Hypothesis incorrect.
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility? The deceased's name is Cowl.
Really? Okay. I guess. Maybe he made a mistake?
That can't be right.
Or he staged his own death. Maybe he's still alive. Huh.
The killer was, in fact, Cowl, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting! Let's hear your reasoning then.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowl did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
How can we how can we envisage Linny as having been unable to interfere with the crime?
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So, where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The deceased's name is Cowl, Linny's assistant. Halsey's clothing was in the sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the... Linny was not in the tunnel at...
How can I prove that there was an altercation in the tunnel?
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
Oh, probably the
sound we
vase.
heard may have come from a clash between... It would have been tough for both people to... The sound we heard may have come...
Who's the prime suspect currently?
The deceased's name is Cowl.
Where did the missing Halsey go?
No one entered or left the opera house through its...
The vent.
It would have been tough for both people... No one entered or left the Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
What? Oh gosh. Wait, this is so hard. The criminal must have understood the methods behind Linny's magic and must have been in a position to easily modify equipment. Leaving aside how he died, Cowl has all the means to commit the crime at his disposal. The strange noise could have likely been the sound of Cowl and Halsey struggling. Wait, so they just like... Oh, it was scripted? Oh good, I'm not an idiot. Linny was not in the tunnel for 1 minute. This would have given time for Cowl to bring Halsey out of the magic box into the audience, in the audience stands. But according to the gate guard's testimony, no one entered or left the opera house. So even if he had taken her, there would be no means of exiting. Exiting from the box would have been in full view of the audience, and pretty much guaranteed that they would have been discovered.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Where in the world did Halsey go? Maybe she's still in the crowd.
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
She feels very lost,
Look,
yeah.
Since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
Huh.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Magic. Escaping from the... Yeah, how did she do that? Wait, could it have been the water?
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
What? That seems unreasonable.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
I just noticed he had elf ears. Objection.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowl, Linny's assistant. he would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
Maybe he's been coerced.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So there must have been some fear that she would attract attention.
Okay, this is the only new
vase
one.
was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
Oh, okay.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind.
Yeah, how did she do that?
If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
Oh. Murdoch just pooped. He pooped. He pooped. Oh, he pooped. Dude. You can cover it? Oh. Birdie. Pooped way too hard. Why? Dude. Gosh, dude. Could have pooped anywhere. Well, I'm open the window, so hopefully it'll be gone soon. Ugh. Goodness.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about two completely different things.
Hey girl, we don't know how the magic trick works yet. So put your finger back where it belongs.
Even so, I trust the traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of the rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
No.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased, Cowell.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
Oh.
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty.
Okay. So I think Cowell yoinked the girl and disappeared himself with the fluid. So he's not dead either.
The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject.
One of the lines I choose to say is, "What's that smell?" And as soon as I looked back at your stream, you were just dying over the stinky smell.
His body was over there. Well, it's somebody's body. It's somebody's body. What's that stink? Another test subject. Hey. That seems like a very fatui thing to say.
As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
Let's go!
You gotta be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order!
Whoa.
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded
Yes,
some
sir.
surprising
Yes, sir.
results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
The deceased's name is Cowell.
What did the culprit use?
The water from the primordial sea should...
Oh, wait, no.
The water from the primordial sea Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some...
I messed it up. Or maybe I didn't.
The water from the primordial sea... The rope that strung the water...
No!
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire... I remember there was something else within...
Damn. Damn. Now we're cooking.
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
Oh.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
That's true.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Lenny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be.
Oh no.
Oh, I see.
No.
Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you.
We're being framed. We're being framed.
Does this not clear all doubt?
No, it doesn't, girl.
My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close.
No, that's totally... No.
Lenny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent.
Joshua just shut my door, and with 2 cats in here. What is he doing out there?
Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Lenny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion,
no, girl,
it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization.
Conjecture.
Am I right, Mr. Lenny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here.
Unless Lenny can offer us new information.
Is this the end of the road?
Oh! Oh no!
Oh no! Paimon can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this.
Can we get a trial by combat? Mr. Neuvillette?
Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now. And we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss,
Objection!
I must ask you not to shout and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Lenny, if you would be so kind.
What?
What in the world is she saying?
No
What's she
offense,
waffling
miss,
about?
But miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf.
What is she cooking?
But, as the magic makers and stars of the show,
I should leave the final performance to you.
Who let them on stage?
I understand.
This is not how. This doesn't seem like correct proceedings.
And voila.
She's playing a Kanye.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl.
Hey! Guys. Excuse me. Give me credit where credit's due, because I said that she had something to do with Cow's death. Okay? I said that.
What?
That's crazy, though.
Why?
Maybe she's lying.
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt.
Mondstadt
I
girly.
heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there, and I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lenny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief.
Oh my gosh, that was so... Usually I have alerts like turned way down for me. That actually like sent a shock through my system. Viridian, thank you so much for the raid. It's wonderful to see you. Oh my gosh. Attention! Big bucket! Big bucket! I was too immersed. Welcome, Raiders. It was Murdoch again. I'm already stuck in here, actually. Okay. Ooh.
Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it,
This is
but
the
then the
second
number
time I've
selector
done this
chose
during
me.
a quest. I'm so sorry for interrupting
That's
Miss Dish,
okay.
but I hope you're enjoying.
It's okay. It's my own fault. It's my own fault. Thank you for the 100 bits, and thank you for raiding my channel.
He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box.
Dang.
There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Okay.
Can a person even hide in there?
Okay, but that doesn't explain why the ropes were like rigged to like burn, right? That still seems premeditated. But yeah, that's not really murder. That's just self-defense. If they're a practicing hand at concealment, probably a professional thief could make it work.
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it.
Yeah, that wasn't
Had I known that,
your fault.
I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Ow,
Well, that makes
Kadita.
everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
Soko just attacked my foot. Brief intermission.
You are fine, child.
Soka. You girl. A baby. Who's getting so big? I'm like kind of overwhelmed by it. She was so tiny. Ugh. She was so fragile and small when we got her. What is this? Even when we came back from vacation, we were both like, she's bigger. She is bigger. They're wrestling. Sorry, one more time. They're so funny. They wrestle like this all day. But she gets very distracted. And stay down! Hey. Don't eat that. I don't know why they're stuck in here, to be honest. Joshua trapped them in here with me. Not complaining. Just don't understand it exactly. Anyway, let's continue.
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective.
All right, let's hear it. Random numbers select. Select evidence to refute. Lenny entered the tunnel. Cowell used the prepared magic trick. Oh gosh. My brain is getting tired, dude. Okay, we're not refuting that. All right.
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lillian's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
Lenny wanted all the credit for his glory and wanted to get rid of his partners. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't think so either.
Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of an experienced thief.
She just got a little anxious, you know?
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time!
Another smoking gun coming from Detective Paimon here.
Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box.
They're going crazy in here.
The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
Got her. And she lived, true. She stole Halsey's
She would have
tickets.
to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the opera house these last 2 days.
Dude, she must be
She had
starving.
already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
2 weeks prison.
All the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
2 weeks prison for stealing 2 macaroons. It's only fair.
So that's the whole story.
Oh.
Bravo! Bravo!
Woo! Finally tilting in our favor.
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
She got cooked. She got absolutely devoured. And she's trying to flee the scene.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
It's just the facts, girl. It's not my problem if they hurt you.
Wow, look at that. She's like a deflated balloon now.
Well, that's how an ego works, by man.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list.
Okay, you gotta give me a little bit of credit, because I knew that Cal was involved in the women disappearing situation. So I got that right. I also conjectured that the Miss Halsey was involved in his death. So I was like 30% right. The motives were all wrong, but some of the facts, I didn't do that bad.
With some modifications to the selector,
I was mostly wrong, though.
he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen.
Uh-oh, wild card.
To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box.
You tell him, Newfoundland.
When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water.
But it didn't work.
If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed.
Idiot.
However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim.
Sweet, sweet justice. I move that Miss Girl, who I can't remember her real name, should be acquitted for her crimes because it was crucial in solving the case and prevented another Fontainian woman from being trafficked and she killed the culprit. So I think that she should go free.
Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house.
You know, I see this as an absolute win.
He was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings.
Maybe probation. How about this? 6 months probation, 60 hours community service. Maybe a little fine.
From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent.
Woo!
Hooray, Lily
While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case at least can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
Wait, but what if it's different than what he says? He said they've never disagreed. But like, what if? This is so cool. The ticket. Star Rail animation.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Let's go.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Let's not celebrate just yet.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn.
What?
How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes?
It's your fault! Ugh, you idiot.
I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
What is Coupon Town?
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, deal.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know.
Spill, Vaughn.
Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration.
Drug!
We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about.
Who? He turned to water. Whoa.
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Ooh. The plot thickens. Water can turn into any shape. Did you know that?
So, we're just going back now?
The problem seems to have been solved for now. We're not needed here anymore.
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Linny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
I just didn't want to see anyone be falsely accused. Just wanted to be sure that we're square.
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time.
You sound so sincere.
As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here,
Padre.
I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was.
Wait, so father is Arlecchino. Who is Lenny talking about now? A different guy. Oh, the noble person. Okay. All right. Okay, got it. Thank you.
After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
Villains.
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans.
Oh my gosh.
Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
That's all in the past, though. The knave is after the Gnosis, isn't she?
She has her own plans.
Dang. Very dark.
She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power when she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
Ashy Cat, thank you for the 18 months. And thank you for the 41 months.
So, she
Wow.
believes in that prophecy too?
Okay.
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis.
Okay. Alright.
Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy.
I can get behind that.
All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
I'm sorry, but I still can't completely trust you.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
I understand. Goodbye. Dang. Lumine's not happy.
Bye, Linny.
Not pleased. Yeah, very fair that she doesn't trust them. Wow. Alright, so maybe our and Arlecchino's desires will align a bit.
Birdie, you want a skateboard? You want to go out?
Yeah. I just joined a friend's account for fun and got Linny in 4 polls while I'm still struggling in mine. You polled on your friend's account? Hey, girl.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
I'm out of
Were you
here.
looking for us, Navia? Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too?
Well, I'm sorry, Navia.
Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
I was really only trying to defend Linny. I wasn't necessarily looking into serial disappearance cases.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah. I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all.
Yeah.
Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Well, if you say so.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in!
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the Court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
All right, then. Let's have our farewell meal.
It's like she's gonna drug us or something. Imagine. Oh, wow. That's very exciting. Very exciting indeed. Will you continue Act 2? I don't know. I'm pretty tired. I think I should save it for another day. My brain's pretty tired from Act 1. That was long. We were playing for like 3 hours. Almost 3 hours. It's another 3 hours. Well, I don't mind, you know. Buell fruit. Oh my gosh, a new fruit tree. Norway. New tree? No. Wow, that was very exciting and dark and cool. That's normal for an Act 1. Yeah. I mean, I remember the Sumeru quests were like 6 hours each. The Samsara was a... Y'all. The Samsara was nuts. The Twins Pass is so dark. Yeah. I'm glad they didn't pull punches, though. It makes it feel very real. And it gives us some reason to maybe trust, or at least give Arlecchino an
Every
opportunity.
journey has its final day. Don't rush.
Are you gonna pull Nuvula when he comes out? Yes. Yes, girl, I will. I wonder if Freminate is not a blood relative. Yeah, did they explain that? Did they explain that? No. So where did he come from? I mean, I guess, I don't know. I assume because he's blonde. He kind of looks like him,
This
but...
realm is true.
Oh, I gotta put my skull in there.
If you ever
Let me put my stuff down. Let me start building my area. Oh. Rocks. What about up here? Great setup. What about over here? Opinions on Farina? I like. Me likey very much. She is very interesting. And I'm very curious to know what her, if she has, I don't want to say more depth because I don't think that's fair. I think she does have depth. That is Subaru. That is Sumeru. That's also Sumeru. That's Inazuma. Sumeru. Where are the buildings? Oh, right, I have to... I forgot I have to make them. Ugh, fine. Can you teach me your patience? I have patience? What makes you say that? I want to know what's behind her whole dazzle extravagant exterior. Especially her thoughts on prophecy. Yeah, true. I don't think she is, like, purely self-focused. I feel like she probably has a lot of depth to her character that we
This
just,
realm is...
you know. It will take a while before we're able to see it. Ugh, no! No! Can I, you know? Yeah. Cypress. Wait, mallow wood. I don't have it. I have to find it first. Oh gosh, this is too many steps. This is way too many steps. She's annoying, but in a good way. Yeah, well, yeah. I think she is definitely meant to be like a divisive character. Like, she's very precocious. She has a massive ego. Sunflowers. Oh, they look great. Do you have the type of wood I need? Oh, cypress. Oh. Where are the different kinds of trees exactly? She caps a lot? Yeah, she loves the drama. Totally. Loves the drama, and I love that for her. Cypress. Oh! These look different. Ashwood. Oh, that I need either, but I will get it regardless. I'm gonna be a teapot gamer. You understand? Very serious. My eyes are kind of crossing a little bit. That was some serious thinking, though. They kind of repurposed some of the like logic components that they did for the Sumeru Archon quest, where you had to filter through different pieces of evidence to like understand what's going on, and they use that to oh, I see a different kind of tree. In like a court setting. Do we know her approximate age? I don't. Woo, bird. All right, do you have the wood I'm looking for? Mallow. Yes. Move it. Not here for you? Let's go. At least 8. Yeah, I think her personality is like really, I think it's just done really well. TX, thank you for the gift subs. Thank you for the 5. Watermelon sugar. Thank you so much. I'm using the wood collector. Yeah, I should equip it. Do I have that? No. Should put it in my quick swap. It's this, right? I'll get enough to craft what I need. Yeah. Just here for the tree.
Another test subject. Suffocate.
All right, fine.
And step.
You have something I want.
Busted. Fire hazard.
What they've done. The wrong test subject.
Ooh, will we find any firework materials in here?
Okay, I think I've got enough to make my stuff. How do you get the Sealy gadget? Ah, I'm sorry to say that that is from an old event and is no longer obtainable.
This realm is truly
But there's a very, very real possibility that they will rerun an event of this kind where you can get a similar gadget. Girl, why does it switch? Did I get anything else from Fontaine? I kind of can't remember. Ah, this. Lindenwood. I don't have that. Alright, well, I'll get that another day.
If you ever have...
Gotta wait for the events. Yeah.
This realm is true.
I heard that Dish is using Rust on her Yoimiya and disappointed. What the freak do you mean? It's like one of her best in slots. I think it's her best in slot 4-star. Well, what are you wolfing about? Alright, well, I'll take my 3. I will make multiple. I'll make 2 of these ones. Oh, shoot. Use your headpan, Luna. Huh?
Discipline, tolerance, and patience are the keys to happiness.
Okay. Thank you for the 200 bits.
If you ever...
Alright, let's do it. Maybe she pretends to be boastful so her people will keep their mind off the prophecy. True. That is definitely a possibility. That it's an act to keep her people calm. Okay. It's dark now. Wow, this is cool. Okay, how do I wanna... This is the front. Huh, okay. Doesn't really... Huh. I'm not sure exactly how these will come together. Just do these together for now. Maybe I can like build an alleyway between these 2 buildings. Why did I only make 1 lamp? What was I thinking? Is it even on? Great. That'll work. Okay, guys. I'm gonna call it here. Ooh. Good night. Fruity duet. Fruity smoothie. Thanks. Thank you so much. Next stream when? That's a good question.
Have you ever kept goldfish as
For
pets?
sure Friday.
Very cute.
Possibly tomorrow, but I'm not sure. Maybe tomorrow, but definitely Friday. But I also have a sponsorship on Friday, so part of the stream will be that. Okay. Thank you for watching, guys. Bloody Mary Skim, thank you for the Prime sub. Whew. Enjoy your time.
we've got nothing
I'm
else
gonna
to
send you
do,
guys over to.
why don't I tell you a story?
No, not Bow. Bwop. I'll send you guys over to Bwop, who is exploring? Not sure exactly. Yeah. Go say hi to Bwop, and I will see you tomorrow or the next day. Unsure. The jury's out.